present my screen. So I'm just going to talk and give you guys a little bit of information about our organization. South Florida Tech Hub is a technology nonprofit. We are based in South Florida, of course, Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and now we just added Treasure Coast as well to our target areas and the areas that we support locally. And we basically work with the young kids, introducing them to STEM careers, technology. We've got kids coding classes from 5 years old all the way to working with different C-level suite executives in the industry. And of course, all of our wonderful tech professionals. Our membership is startup company with a single individual founder and an idea, all the way to larger enterprise companies like your Office Depots, which I'm sure you guys recognize the name of that company, and everybody in between. So we do a lot of different things, from peer groups, different committees. We have educational workshops and lunch and learns like today, networking sessions locally to meet other professionals in person, and a lot of wonderful events throughout the year, like different golf events and award shows and tech conferences. So a lot of different ways to get involved. And whether you're looking to network with other folks, maybe you want to learn something new, you want to educate yourself on a different technology or platform or best practices, we just want to make sure that we can support you all in whatever your needs may be. So we're always looking for feedback and would love for you guys to reach out and contact us if you guys are looking for membership or have ideas or anything at all, because really this organization is all about the community, and it's all about you guys. So thank you guys for anybody that is here and is attending. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to, let's see, I'm going to spotlight our speakers today as I'm handing it over to them. Let's see. Okay, there we go. Got George. And I lost you, Patrick. Hold on, let me find you. There we go. All right, so if you are in speaker view, you should just see myself, George, and Patrick. So again, for anybody that just joined, if you go to speaker view in the top right, just click on speaker view and you'll be able to see just the 3 main speakers. So again, because I still see people joining, which is great. If anybody wants to make sure to drop their comments in chat or questions, we'll make sure to get them there to the speakers after their session. So George and Patrick, if you would like to introduce yourself and what we're going to be talking about today, you can take it away.
Sure thing. Thanks, Nikki. So I'm George Rodriguez. I'm a lead cloud engineer at CloudHesive and an AWS ambassador. And today I'm going to be talking to you about a recap of AWS reInvent. You know, with the hundreds of announcements and thousands of sessions, I'm going to pick like my 13 favorites and kind of dig into that and how it ties into one of the solutions that we've developed at our company, ConnectPath, which Patrick is going to do a demo in the second half of our talk.
Great, and thanks, George. And as George said, we'll go from the here's all the new cool stuff AWS put out to really what does something that is built using that stuff, you know, look like, right? So we'll talk a little bit about the architecture and the industry and kind of walk through the final product.
Okay, awesome. So I'll go ahead and share my screen and we will get started. Can you all see my screen okay?
We do.
So
yes.
Okay, so last November was the 11th year of reInvent, and it was the 16th year of AWS. It took over 1 week in December. They had about 50,000 attendees, almost back to our pre-pandemic numbers, which was about 60,000 in 2019. There were over 100 new service announcements, 5 keynote speeches from the leaders of AWS, and 2,000 plus technical sessions. Simply, it was the biggest conference in tech. Between all of that, you have sessions from morning, noon, night, and a lot of great learning activities. So, these are some of the, actually, let's go ahead and do a quiz. For those of you that know, we're from CloudHesive. We specialize in, we've talked about the EUC space, a lot of these. So in the chat, which do you think are 3 of CloudHesive's superpowers? And we'll be doing 3 of these quizzes throughout, which will be awarded with Amazon gift cards. I believe for 20. Yeah. He'll give you all a minute to drop it in the chat, and Mallory will be monitoring. Let know whenever we have a first contender.
Oh, we'll learn it when I get it.
Okay, let's see. Our first one was Cynthia with D. So Cynthia is correct. We specialize in Amazon Connect, migrations, and end user computing. So congrats. All right. So these are my top 13 announcements that we're going to go over today. A lot of them are going to focus on the Connect space and how we leverage that into our solution, Connect Path. So let's start with Amazon Connect Global Resiliency. This lets you basically provide customer service through your call center to anywhere in the world, you know, with the usual resiliency, performance, and efficiency you get with AWS. Where before it was a lot tougher, you were locked into a single region. Now you can meet international regulatory requirements. You can set up your DR in another region. And basically this service gives you a set of APIs that you can use to provision a linked Connect instance in another region. You can manage phone numbers that are global and you can access in multi-regions. You can also distribute your traffic between the instances and across regions in 10% increments. So for example, if you want to distribute traffic 100% in US East, 0% in US West, or 50% in each region. And you can also set up reserve capacity across your regions. Here at CloudHesive, we work with our customers to build an overarching AWS organization, which could be single or multi-account, and we take advantage of this global resiliency. And we currently have customers running on this service. So the contact center agents might be required to use more than 7 applications to manage each customer interaction. They've got to dig through various tools to process simple requests. They got to frustrate customers on hold. It's a lot to go through, a lot of screens that you can see here. So what the Connect Agent Workspace does is it's going to integrate all of your agent tools into one view, and it gives them step-by-step actions so they can resolve customer issues faster. Basically, you get step-by-step guides, out-of-the-box workspace, and when they accept the call, all this information is going to be linked and shown to them in real time. So basically, you can design workflows that'll suggest what to do at any given moment during a customer interaction, which you can also link up with things like customer sentiment analysis, kind of real-time tweaking and health monitoring of, you know, single calls and, you know, your whole company's reputation as you work with that. So programmatically, it'll infer customer intent and it'll recommend what are the discrete next actions you can take. So for example, if the customer's upset, you could tell that they are a frequent customer, they have a good record, everything lines up, it'll already be suggesting to initiate a replacement order, or it'll flag, you know, different intelligence on the call in real time. So the contact lens chat support lets you use, kind of based on what we talked about earlier, is machine learning for that sentiment analysis performed in real time. Whereas they have this in voice, they also have it now in chat to detect what is the sentiment as customers are chatting with you, as they're communicating with you, which is something that it'll happen inside the call itself, but also with Connect Path, you can see as a supervisor across your whole fleet of agents, you can see where these hotspots are popping up and take intervention, training, etc. in real time. So Amazon's CloudWatch Internet Monitor is a cool new feature out of CloudWatch that gives you visibility into how is a specific internet issue impacting the performance of your app. Basically, it lets you reduce the time it takes to diagnose problems from days down to minutes. It's going to use connectivity data that AWS is capturing from their whole global networking footprint. Basically, you could see, okay, are my users in Las Vegas suffering from an outage? Is there latency issues on the West Coast or in Idaho? You know, basically, you get awareness of problems, so you know right then and there, this is due to the internet in that site, and you can start troubleshooting through there, plan for a failover, DR solutions, etc. This is baked into our Connect Path solution too. I mean, it's pretty cool. It supports CloudFront distributions, Amazon Workspaces for your EUC, and EC2 instances. It's going to use network flows and traffic flows to determine if specific geos or internet providers are having issues getting to those services. And like you see, it gives you some pretty cool dashboards too. So this one's pretty neat. So on the AWS marketplace, there's over 100,000 products to subscribe to. So if you're investing in a SaaS solution, you really want to understand what are the basics of the security of that SaaS app. Basically, the whole purpose of this is they want to streamline vendor risk assessment. Here you get a unified web dashboard when you're shopping for these solutions. It's going to give you all your governance, risk, and compliance teams access to all the info you need to make these decisions, like data privacy and residency, GDPR, app security, and access control. So it serves buyers who need help to efficiently validate that, hey, these third-party people you're going to be working with, that they meet all of your business compliance needs. It's also going to serve sellers who want to showcase their strong security posture, while it reduces the burden from having to, follow up on all the requests for security information, that back and forth, and gives you, better customer experience, better, turnaround on your end. So basically, if you're the buyer or subscriber, you can ask for these listings and know who opted in. Naturally, Connect Path's on there. What that means is that AWS vetted us through lots of security questionnaires, through SOC 2, Type 2, and out of those 100,000 products there, we are one of only 50 SaaS products in the marketplace that are taking advantage of this. And here is what Connect Path looks like on the marketplace. So this is what Patrick's going to demo later on in the actual product. But from a high level overview, it's going to give you dashboards and monitoring to enhance your call center infrastructure. You can see all these real-time metrics as your agents are working through it. Call history for agents, kind of like Whisper Sync, where your manager can, give advice to these trouble calls as they're happening. It's going to give you disposition codes, full CDR and CTR content, analytics, and transcripts for your interactions. It's also going to automatically route information as the calls come in, like we talked about in the previous announcement. So all this stuff is baked in. And now for our next quiz. Hopefully this one shouldn't be too hard. Where can you find Connect Path? Since we recently launched it, ChatGPT might not know. Which do y'all think it is? We're the first, so first. See, tallying our votes here. See here first. All right, so our winner is Brian Duke. Congratulations for jumping in first. Awesome, good work. Cool. So let's talk about Amazon Inspector for Lambda functions. So until today, customers that wanted to analyze their mixed workloads, like container images, EC2, Lambda, and they want to check against common security vulnerabilities, they had to use a mix of AWS and third-party tools, really making things more complex. So can be tough when you're already, setting up your serverless infrastructure. So now Inspector, which used to be only for EC2, it's available for all functions and layers written in Java, Node.js, and Python. So default, it's going to continuously scan all the functions inside your AWS account. But if you want to exclude some functions, you can tag it and exclude it out. Besides that, it will scan your Lambda layers, but it'll only scan the one that you're using in your function. So if there is something that's not being used in your function, you can set it to not analyze it. If you're using third-party stuff that you're baking into your Lambda function, you can also have those scanned. All the findings that are detected are going to get routed to AWS Security Hub, which if you haven't tried it, it's really great single pane of glass view of all your AWS security tools. And besides Security Hub, it's also going to ship the findings to Amazon Event Bridge, which there it gets really powerful, and you can build up your automation workflows like notify your developers, sysadmins, maybe kick off things like config rules and auto remediations, like, you know, take a Lambda function down or remove public access or things like that. So Amazon Code Catalyst. So this is pretty cool software development service that's going to make it faster for you to build and deliver software in AWS, kind of like a one-stop shop for your dev team. It's going to bring together all the tools you need to plan, code, build, test, deploy. So you can browse and choose from a collection of project blueprints or make your own project. The blueprint, it's going to automatically provision all your project tools, like your issue tracker, your source repo, your CI/CD workflows that's going to run on managed AWS infrastructure, and it'll define the software and config of services used by the project. You can use our built-in repo and issue tracker with GitHub or Jira and have a whole integrated experience. So it makes it much faster for you, like as a startup, for example, to get your whole software development shop off the ground. So on the topic of the ChatGPT type technologies, Code Whisperer is a machine learning powered service that really helps improve productivity, and it'll, in the verbose word, it'll generate code recommendations as you type. What it basically means is you're coding, you put in a comment that says, I want to write a Python function that does X, Y, and Z and divides this, and it's going to automatically pull what that code would look like and give you those suggestions as you type. So really cool, especially if you're a programmer in one language and you have to keep up with another, or you're jumping into a new framework, new language, and you know what you're trying to do. You could write that in pseudocode in your IDE and go ahead and get a big step up in what you're trying to make. You can do this with an AWS account, or with a free AWS Builder ID, you can sign up for that, and that can hook into your Visual Studio Code, JetBrains, Cloud9, Lambda. A lot of these IDEs support it, and it can help you with, you know, Python, Java, C#, JavaScript. So really recommended to check out. It's currently free at this point, so definitely something to do. So VPC Lattice. So modern apps, you know, and modern networks are built, made using lots of modular and distributed components. Each one's a service that's going to have its own whole subset of functionalities. To make them communicate together, it can sometimes be a, you know, a bit of a hairy problem, authorizing access, routing traffic. So Lattice is going to be an application layer network service that gives you a consistent way to secure, connect, and monitor your service-to-service communication without having to be, you know, a CCIE or a network expert. With Lattice, you can set up network access, traffic management, network monitoring, and set up consistent service-to-service monitoring across your VPCs, across stuff like, you know, your containers, instances, and your serverless and Lambda functions. So the tagline is, it's, you set it all up and don't have to worry about networking. It's application-aware routing, so connectivity should work. It's integrated already with EC2, ECS, Lambda, Amazon's Elastic Kubernetes Service, EKS. And so it should be a pretty consistent experience across all the building blocks of your AWS footprint. And all the logs that you set up with this, your flow logs, metrics, you can, you know, ship them all to S3, CloudWatch, and Kinesis. So a pretty cool tool, operates on layer 7. So recommend checking that one out. So, application composer. On the topic of serverless, if you're new to it, you might have a pretty steep learning curve when you're trying to compose apps out of multiple services. You got to understand which ones you need, how do you make them work together, and how to configure good defaults. Once you've got a basic architecture, you might have to learn a bit of infrastructure as code so you can deploy your app. As your app evolves, you might be a little tough to keep up with and evolve as the architecture changes. So what App Composer is going to do is it's going to help you visually compose those services backed by infrastructure as code in kind of a visual drag and drop type editor. Show you here. So here you go. You can basically compose a working architecture in minutes with these drag and drop tools. You get nice composition, little guesswork, and simplify your common tasks. Since you don't have to read through hundreds of lines of configuration, you can really, accelerate how you collaborate with your team, how you iterate, how you work and test through new scenarios. So this visual architecture gets translated into deployment-ready configuration and infrastructure as code that is backed by AWS best practices. Some of the use cases are here. Build your new infrastructure. You can update existing ones too. So pretty cool if you inherit some serverless architectures. Again, infrastructure as code. It helps you continue on with that. And visualize your app's architecture, which is a huge part too. Being able to get good visualization of what you're building as it's evolving and communicate that to your teams. And you can do this straight out of the AWS management console. You can start diagramming or start a new architecture from scratch. Or thirdly, you could also import an existing CloudFormation template or IAC template. So RDS blue-green deployments. So really a best practice of any kind of disaster recovery scenario, but this is now a way that AWS has automated it for your database deployments. So if you're doing it with Aurora, with MySQL, RDS from MariaDB, you can make updates much safer, simpler, and faster. So what it's going to do is a blue-green deployment will create a separate, synchronized, and fully managed staging environment that's going to mirror your prod environment. Staging will clone your prod environment's primary database and your in-region read replicas. The service will keep those two environments in sync using logical replication. In just a minute, you can promote the whole staging environment to be your new prod environment and no data loss. Then during the switchover, blue-green is going to block writes on your blue and green deployments so that the green catches up with blue, making sure there's no data loss. Then it'll redirect your prod traffic to the newly promoted staging environment without any code changes to your app. So again, really cool, making it easier and basically no excuse not to adhere to best practices and be able to make your deployments much, much less painful and much safer. On the neural disaster recovery, we have automated failback. So this is going to let you set up and use AWS like an elastic recovery site for your on-prem apps without having to buy additional or lease additional DR infrastructure. So it'll maintain a constant replication posture for your OS, your data apps, and your databases. So there's also failback, which is a new feature for the service that gives you non-disruptive recovery drills for testing your failback. So it lets you fail back to EC2, to the original region from your disaster region, and lets you just run it all from the AWS management console. Really cool. On to Lambda Snap Start. So Lambda, gives you a very simple program model and easy integration of other services. But a lot of times when you move your apps to Lambda or create new ones, it will take milliseconds to begin. Others, you might have the init phase that's going to take a lot longer due to a number of reasons, a few seconds or more. And this is seen in unique Java runtimes and use cases. This is what, if you've worked in Lambda or read about it, is what's known as the infamous cold start. So this is where the new Lambda snapshot feature is going to help. Right now, any Java functions that use the Corretto Java 11 runtime will benefit from this. And basically, it gets rid of cold starts. So no more delays there. Just side tech notes, after 14 days of inactivity, your cached function will be taken out. There's no additional charge for it. You can't use it with huge ephemeral storage, like stuff on EFS, Graviton 2, stuff like that. And it uses the Firecracker VM. And now for our last quiz, which service is going to help you with ML-powered suggestions? My money's on Java Genius. Who is our first? So we got Vincenzo with Amazon Code Whisperer. Congratulations. You are our winner. So in conclusion, it's great about reInvent, and sometimes some folks might knock it that, oh, you know, there weren't some incredible new groundbreaking services, but even though there are some of those, what AWS has been doing is iterating and improving and just really accelerating how fast you can build on AWS, how fast you can get started, how quickly you can grow in this field without having to be like an ML scientist or an advanced expert in your framework of choice. So it's stuff that it really encourage you to check out the announcement, check out some of the presentations. You can find these all on AWS Stash or on YouTube, and really encourage you to dig in and start building. Here's some info on how you can contact us and find us here at CloudHesive. And I thank you for listening to me so far. I do encourage you to be a part of our tech community. We are looking for volunteers to talk about any kind of technology, cloud, whatever topic you'd like to maybe talk about. Reach out to us on Meetup. We can start a conversation. We could do co-presentations, virtuals, hybrids, etc. We're always looking to grow our technical community down here. So with that, thank you, everybody. I have a moment now for any Q&A, and after that, we'll hand it off to Patrick.
Feel free, anybody can either take themselves off mute to ask a question, or if you want to drop it in chat, I'm happy to read out your question as well.
You can also reach out to me on LinkedIn. I think Nikki dropped the profiles in chat. So feel free to send me a message. I love talking about anything cloud or tech.
Alrighty, George, thank you so much for presenting. And I'm going to do my favorite thing here and talk and share my screen at the same time and hope for the best. I think it worked. And all right. Yeah, I'm not seeing any shocked faces, so I've shared the right screen here. All right. All right, cool. So I actually learned something new from George's presentation, an announcement that I somehow managed to previously miss. So that was pretty exciting. So I love to hear how folks are building on AWS. And it's exciting to see of the over 200 services AWS has now, how folks manage to push those together. And so today, really, I'm going to discuss the intersection of really three worlds or two worlds. Contact center technology, contact center operations, and AWS, and how those come together in the form of our platform, Connect Path, as well as AWS's service, Amazon Connect. So for giggles, as I present, feel free to respond in chat the answers to these three questions, right? So how familiar are you with the concept of contact centers. We're all probably pretty familiar. Some of us have seen the insides, right? How it all works. We're all here today talking about AWS, so you all probably have some familiarity. Amazon Connect might be a newbie for some folks. So with that said, right, it goes without saying that end user spending and consumption in the public cloud has grown significantly and continues to grow. In particular, segments around things like desktop as a service, business process, application infrastructure, application, and so on. And part of that is actually one of the AWS services that supports contact center technology. And it's come up quite fast. As a matter of fact, this just came out Tuesday, I believe. And since 2017, when Amazon introduced this crazy idea of, hey, buy contact center technology from us as a service, to now, they've managed to really find themselves in the space of 3 leaders per the Forrester wave here, overtaking right some of the traditional players, Cisco, some of the new but very developer-oriented players such as Twilio, and a variety of others in that space. So real quick primer around what Amazon Connect is, and probably also a quick primer on how contact center technology operates and how contact center companies or consumers of that technology use it. In short, it's a router. It routes work from one place to the other, typically from a customer to an agent, right? Traditionally, probably dating back since 70s or 80s, that's been voice. And really in the past decade, a little bit longer, we've seen that expand to cover a wide variety of channels. WhatsApp, SMS, MMS, email, chat, social media, and many other areas that I'm probably not creative enough to think about. So we take the traditional concept of routing these contacts, apply technology to it. Traditionally, this was all done on premises, hardware, software, firmware, licenses, and so forth. Again, like every other or most other AWS services, that's now consumption-based. It also has, what you would consider table stakes, right? If you're an organization looking to adopt new technology, you want to understand probably, how your data remains secure, right? So traditional data at rest, in-flight encryption, if you're familiar with other AWS services, leverages key management service. And much like the characteristics of many other platforms, we have really 3 main concepts. We have the concept of the user, right? So it fully integrates to your existing identity provider, granular role-based access control, rich audit logging as statuses and configurations are changed. So this is our user. The concept of a customer, right? And entering basically a queue for their contact to be handled. A lot of the same capabilities we know and love here, right? Predominantly skill-based routing. So I want to make sure that my needs as a customer are serviced by the most capable individual. And then really the exciting glue that holds that all together, what Connect calls a contact flow, and really is, in my mind, a significant differentiator because it lets a business user basically define the experience that they want their customers to have, what we want to prompt them with, what questions we want to ask them up front, and how we want to, again, route to that most capable agent to be able to service that contact. On top of that, there's rich integrations, right? George had a really pertinent comment around the step-by-step guide feature, how on average there's 7 different screens an agent needs to work in, right? So this is where we start to tie all that together through API integrations, through chatbots using Lex, and a variety of things like that. course, the final piece of the contact center equation is metrics and data, right? As is said, you can't manage what you can't measure, right? And contact centers in particular, and the technologies support them, have generally been leaders in this space, right? I need to understand my customer's experience. I need to understand my agent's experience. I need to look for opportunities to optimize and improve performance and quality. So we have rich data around this. Now, how does CloudHesive tie this all together, right? That's where our platform Connect Path comes into play, right? Here's a little screenshot of the front screen here. And really for us, what we're trying to do is, we're trying to address the feedback we hear from our customers and our partners when it comes to implementing and supporting contact centers in Amazon Connect. We obviously want to grow. Everyone wants to grow, but we want to do this in a very sustainable, healthy manner, right? We want to address the things that bring our customers the most value, and are not necessarily stealing the story of the core Amazon Connect capabilities as the engine. And we do this, right, by adding value to Connect, right? So this is a build on to Connect. We're closing those gaps that we hear from customers in the out-of-the-box experience. We're not necessarily trying to repeat or reskin. And really where it sits, right, if you're in the contact center space, we're right in the middle, right? Out of the box, we see customers all the time set up Amazon Connect and use the native interfaces. We also work with enterprise organizations that have a CRM, they're CRM first, right? Maybe something like Salesforce. So we really sit right in the middle of that, balancing sort of capability with flexibility. So what exactly does our product do? Well, and this is where we start to kind of pivot into the behind the scenes look of what it is to build and operate a multi-tenant, multi-region SaaS platform on AWS, right? So we'll talk a bit about kind of the serverless services that comprise it. As George mentioned, completely accessible through the marketplace, right? You don't have to third-party transact or things like that. Integrates with the SSO capabilities already provided by AWS, and doesn't store the customer's data. Again, this is a big one. So for us, we're really providing a fresh look at the way an agent and a supervisor or team lead may be operating in the contact center space, right? And we're providing those additional channels I talked about, right? Voice, as interesting as it is in the contact center space, continues to really be the predominant channel, right, that customers prefer to interact on. But again, we see that variety of channels starting to catch up. So there's a ton of feature areas in the product, and I'm going to breeze right through these and do a real quick view of what the interface looks like at the end here. But really the key thing here is going to be around that agent supervisor interface, the data and metrics associated with managing the contact center, and the addition of very rich channels. What we typically hear from customers, of course, around security is supported in the programs AWS has in place to, there we go, validate the quality of build and the processes in place to support a SaaS platform running on AWS. This is done through vendor insights that George talked about, what's referred to as a foundational technical review, and even additional competency areas. So now onto the tech stuff. So Connect Path is entirely serverless, as I mentioned. It's delivered in a multi-region fashion. and is your typical SaaS platform, right? So for a customer signing up, they're not having to touch all this stuff. This is done for them. As you can see, we leverage a very broad range of technologies and AWS services in order to be able to deliver this. And some of those in particular are of probably even more interest when we look at real-time communications, right? So leveraging things like API Gateway and Lambda, we've built our own real-time communications platform that's working behind the scenes to facilitate communication between the agents. And we've adopted an entirely single table design with Dynamo. All of the data generated by our customers' Amazon Connect instances we consume. So heavily usage of Kinesis and S3 from a flat file ingestion perspective. And then the front end is entirely SPA, single page application in Vue, living in S3, fronted by CloudFront. I was surprised the other day to see that based on the aggressiveness of CloudFront's caching, we have configured that I think we maybe spend a few dollars a month in data egress, which is wildly different than what we've maybe seen with customers who have not necessarily leveraged a CDN or have taken a different approach in how they host their applications. So I can't say enough good things about serverless and how it helps deal with scaling, potentially cost optimization, and things like that. So that was the kind of the tech architecture, and then what's happening behind the scenes here, right? So much like hundreds of thousands of other folks, we're using GitHub and Dependabot and GitHub Actions alongside the AWS kind of DevOps services, code build, pipeline, and deploy. So really in a matter of minutes, we could stand up a test or dev environment for our development team to use, or basically perform a deployment across every region we operate in production in less than 20 minutes. In addition to kind of the supporting DevOps stack, right? As I mentioned, since we're all serverless based, we make use of serverless or SLS, which effectively orchestrates the creation of CloudFormation templates. And then from sort of a product and development planning perspective, a lot of the usual complements of tools, Jira and Confluence. Of course, no SaaS apps complete, right, without being able to support and understand our customers, right, both proactively and reactively. So we make heavy use of Datadog from like an APM perspective, log perspective, serverless infrastructure management perspective. And again, with serverless, that's particular interest, given that resources are rather dynamic. We're not staring at a server and watching its CPU go up and down. So this is a diagram. It's probably not going to come through too well over Zoom, but just to give a visual representation of how we fit all these services together. And with that said here, I'm going to switch screens in a moment, and I'll actually walk through and show folks what the interface looks like. So that's probably a little more exciting than watching my PowerPoint. Oops. New share, and there we go. That's going to look a little bit better. Okay, so this is basically what it looks like once you've logged in. And lots of widgets and bells and whistles, but the key thing to really point out here is on this, oops, I don't have anyone on right now. All right, so on this side, if I had logged myself into another computer for my demo, we'd see myself logged in. And what's happening behind the scenes here is if I were to send a message to myself, this is going to make use of that serverless WebSocket infrastructure, right? So all of our session management is done within DynamoDB. And then all of that user-to-user messaging is effectively WebRTC managed through hosted stun and turn servers, and then of course that serverless WebSocket service. The cool things here, right, as I mentioned, I'll just drill down here real quick, is all of the, and I'll resize this a bit, all of the data coming out of AWS and Connect, we basically consume and flatten into that single table DynamoDB, and it lets us build things here using real-time subscriptions in GraphQL to create these real-time dashboards, right? So as calls enter the queue, we're basically using AppSync behind the scenes here to basically create and delete or update, in this case, these records. Now, what I'll do here real quick is over here is sort of the interface. If I were an agent, I'd spend most of my time in. And I'm just going to kick those things out of the queue here. So I get a little pop-up. And it looks like in this case, I've gotten a chat, right? So again, a lot of the capabilities you find in Amazon Connect, we add on to. My native language is English, but if I were to get a customer that communicates in a language I'm not familiar with, I've got a little toggle here at the top. And what this basically does is it uses another AWS service, AWS Translate, to basically perform inline translation. Kind of demonstrate one other channel here. It'll pop up if I make myself available. So this is WhatsApp message, right? And again, works quite similar to how you saw chat work in that same agent interface with the same kind of translation capabilities. And then I'll just pop down here real quick because this is a great example of us basically fetching data from Dynamo, right? So again, we have a GraphQL service that basically will infer what I request on the front end, translate it. This is basically a range key, retrieve those records on the back end and render them here on the screen. So this and our historical reporting works similar, whereas the real-time data we see here, again, is a GraphQL subscription based. So really high-level overview of again, what cool things you can build on AWS using the AWS services. This one, of course, is very near and dear to us and our customers. So I thought, great use case to show it off. So with that said, I'm going to switch back here to the presentation. Oh, actually, sorry. There we go. Okay. And that's basically it. The key things that I want folks to take away here, right? And I know it was very condensed, but we look at this from a few different perspectives, right? If you're a consumer of contact center technology, I cannot tell you how awesome Amazon Connect is. What I've found works really well for folks is iteratively introducing the technology into your organization, right? Doesn't need to match all requirements, doesn't need to be perfect. You want to get that early adoption. And those early adopters to evangelize, the great work you do around, building your Amazon Connect instance and your flows. You can do all this basically in an hour. It's amazing. I used to have to buy servers to do this stuff, over 10 years ago. On that note, right? Technology organizations building technology, acquiring technology. Technology supports all of us, right? And it likely has multiple teams, and those teams' needs are going to be varied. So avoid a one-size-fits-all approach. This example I showed today, serverless platform, that's because we adopted, basically a serverless first philosophy. And, we basically think in terms of events and services, right? Not every product, not every platform, necessarily can or needs to think that way, right? So it's a great starting point. It's not the only approach you could take. And then finally, once you've built all this cool stuff, don't overlook the care and feeding that goes around it, right? Again, one of the things I like about serverless is some of that care and feeding is taken for, maybe more of a trade-off. But AWS has a well-architected framework, and that's a great framework you could use to assess your workloads, in particular around security and sustainability, and manage your cross-organization workloads as if they're a portfolio. So it's easy to get started, but don't overlook those details. And yeah, with that said, open to any questions anyone might have. Otherwise, I'll hand it back to you, Nikki.
Sure. And again, if anybody has questions, feel free to take yourself off mute, or you can drop them in chat. I see, Vincenzo, you have your hand up.
Hey, hello, Patrick and Jorge. Excellent presentation. I loved it. We are users currently of Amazon Connect. So I'll explain you part of the challenges that we have with Amazon Connect that is not allowing us to, I guess, to enhance the product, right? Things that I see here with this product. So I thought it was very interesting. I have no clue it existed. So part of the problem we have is related to integrated with other systems. So in our company, our agents, and this is one of the challenges we have with the Amazon Connect, it's an island on the sense that you need to have a contact center where the people that work in there are just agents. So they need to interact with voice, telephone calls, consultation, whatever, with other people in the company. Let's say subject matter experts that are not agents. That cannot be done in real time. So one of the questions I have, if part of the roadmap, or maybe it's doing it today, this product is addressing that, I'm going to call it limitation for lack of a better word, because a powerful contact center typically is self-contained. It doesn't need to interact with external parties. So that's one of the challenges we have. The other challenge we have is, it is true that you can build in 5 minutes a contact center. That has been always the advertising, right, for the AWS. But that's only if you need to take the call and just deliver to a agent. But if you need to do something a little bit more complex, then it takes a long time. And I'm going to give you an example. We had to pick a credit card for customers, and just to do a verification that the amount of digits of the card is not more or less than what I need to do, you need to build Lambda function to do that, because you don't have those tools built into Amazon Connect. But I can see a lot is being integrated here. So that's my second question, and the second challenge, right? Is this tool, this product, help with that? So you have to be less technical. But typically, the department that deals with contact centers is not a developer's department, which is the challenge we have with AWS. You need it's super powerful, I see it, but then you need to have a really powerful developer backing you up to get the things that you need to do, the really good things that you can do with Amazon Connect. And last but not least, the other challenge we have heavy, we are seriously using AWS services. So in a year, we migrated, I don't know, like 20 something data centers. We're closing all our data centers and moving everything to the cloud. And AWS is one of the primary providers. So the challenge we are taking very seriously the security part. And in my opinion, too strictly to the minimum access. So it's been the different teams are not being consulted. What is the, the minimum access is not the same for everybody. And then we have found ourselves not able to do things because we don't have the necessary access, and by policy, we are not going to have the necessary access. So sometimes you need to deal with IAM, etc. So is all that is going to be, what is the word I'm looking for in here? Can be addressed with this solution, so you don't have to deal with that. So everything is set up, and then from the user perspective, from the business perspective, and the IT people, the managers or non-developer people can do everything they need to do without having to have an elevated permission or having to beg the other teams, right? The gods of being the permissions god, to give you the necessary permission to do what you need to do. Sorry, I know it was a very complex, composed question, and maybe this is not the right place to ask. Maybe we can have a more long conversation offline to talk about these issues we have. But despite all that, all these issues, it has been very successful. So we're still using Amazon Connect, and it's very successful. It doesn't apply for all the teams. We have teams that really, they work isolated. They don't need to interact much with the other portion of the team that are not agents. So for them, they're very happy with this. But again, we cannot grow beyond the basic stuff because we don't have the access. We have the gap, the knowledge gap, which is developers, to keep adding more functionality to the solution we have.
Yeah, I think sorry, go ahead.
Patrick, I was going to say really quick, if you wanted to address that, I know we're just 2 minutes over time. So anybody that wants to stay on, I'm happy to keep this open. Anybody that wants to drop, I mean, we are recording, so I'll make sure to get this back out. But feel free, Patrick, if you want to address it, I'm happy to stay on.
Yeah, I'll do the quick one, and then as you suggested, Vincenzo, we could definitely dive into those details, right? So, I mean,
Vinny, you can call me Vinny.
Vinny, yeah. Yeah. So one of the use cases that we saw early on was very much aligned to what you've described. It was, hey, it's easy to get started. I could do some pretty cool stuff, but at some point I'm going to hit a wall with needing to build something, develop something, then the access that goes along with it. So we've tried to address a lot of what the top use cases that we've run across in the cross section of our customers. So I think there's definitely some areas that may resonate well with you. But I would definitely think it'd be good for us to maybe get together and really dive into some of those items with you.
Thank you.
Well,
I love the product. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll make sure, Vincenzo, if you do want to message either Patrick or myself privately, I'm happy to connect you with their team. I also did, for anybody that's interested, I put in the general contact us link there for CloudHesive. So if anybody wants to reach out, get more information. But thank you both, George and Patrick. I appreciate all your time. This was a great presentation. And hopefully everybody has a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Nikki, and thanks everyone for spending your Friday lunch. Most everyone, your Friday lunch with us.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great weekend. Thanks, guys. Hello. Hi, Anna.
Let's try that. How about that?
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. How's
Good.
everything been?
Busy as usual, but I'm sure it's just as busy on your end. I feel things never slow down even when you think they're supposed to.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So,
Where
but
did
it's
you
been
say you
good.
moved again to?
I am in Boston now.
Boston. Okay. Did you move for the job?
So I'm still working with GrowFL. Jennifer Taylor, she is our new CEO. She let me stay on and move to Boston just for a change of scenery. I moved in with one of my best friends from college, so it's been really
Oh, nice.
fun. So now just kind of hanging around until we find somebody to fill my position. I just want to make sure that, I have time to train them and everybody's caught up to speed
Yeah.
and all of that. So, maybe in the next few months or so, but we'll see.
Yeah.
So
How big is the Grow FL staff? Like how many people?
3.
Okay, so yeah, you guys are a small organization too, like us. Yeah, we
Yeah.
we got to we got to about 10 or 11 last year, but that was mostly like contractors, part-timers, interns. So I actually
Mhm.
cut down this year and we have like 4 main people because I wanted more like full-timers.
Right.
And then that way I could, add more folks underneath them that kind of report to them because it was a lot having everybody report to me. So
Oh yeah, I can only
yeah,
imagine.
it was much easier to actually have like a smaller team with more responsibility, more hours.
Yeah, I think I'm trying to get Jennifer to, think about, because if when you're staff, it kind of feels like everything falls on your shoulder and you just get stuck in like the day to day and everything. And I'm like,
Yeah.
let's start. We could have, because I think the biggest gaps that we have with maybe me leaving and, in between the learning curve and all of that would just be on the marketing and event side. And I was like,
All right.
get, 2 interns each year, a marketing and an event person. I mean, it's not hard, it's just time consuming. We do the same things every year. So it would be easy for somebody to just come in, follow kind of like a process
Yeah,
and
just
procedure.
duplicate it.
And right. So hopefully we can kind of look into that because it's, it's just a lot. A lot of
Yeah.
stuff all the time. So,
Well,
but
that's actually so we had an intern that started with us a little over a year ago,
Mhm.
and she actually just came in doing like podcast production and stuff, and then she left us for the summer. She ended up, missing us and saying she wanted to come back in a different capacity. She's like, I don't need any more intern hours, but if you guys could use me part-time. So we actually put her as an intern in an events role, and she's actually been doing that for the past few months. And she's actually one of the people that next month, well, I'm thinking we're already in April, but May, that will go full time. So she's going to be our full time like events person. And, she obviously she's green at it. She's, much younger, but she's picking it up really quickly. And, I
Right.
think that she has the energy to keep up with that. And of course, she's young and hungry. And so even when she does, not know something, she easily will come ask questions, or she
Mhm.
catches her mistakes pretty easy. And I don't know, she's been doing good. She's been doing really well. So
Yeah, I mean, I started as an intern with GrowFL, and that's kind of how I stayed around. So I think
yeah,
there's good, potential where it's just finding the people who want to work and, want to learn and want to do the whole thing, where they're really just, self-motivated and
exactly.
they want to be better and they want to make the organization better too, if you find the right one. So,
Exactly.
yeah, I mean, I think I'm trying to, you know, encourage her to look into it. And we're remote, so it really, you know, can cover the whole state. They don't have to be in a particular area, which, you know, helps the pool and everything. So
Exactly. No, I agree with you. So tell me a little bit about, because I know that you and I connected like a while ago, and it's been, we connect like here and there, you know, ever so often, but I don't think I've ever met Jennifer, the new CEO. I'm emailed her once just to congratulate her when she came in. But especially now with the change, you know, when you know, if you're going to be leaving, like, who should I start building a relationship directly with her? Like, what's your recommendation as far as like who I should start connecting with? Because I know you don't have like that next person behind you yet. Because
right.
I want to start like because so when we were years ago Palm Beach Tech, we had a lot of like smaller companies that were joining us, but now the organization, like we have right now, I mean, we're the only regional tech association in all of South Florida. So we have like a lot of different members that are like startup all the way through enterprise. But we notice that as we get bigger, we're getting a lot of that like second tier and like mid-level, you know, companies that I think are right kind of in what you guys do. And I want to figure out a way to like be in better communication with you guys about like, you know, just your kind of happenings and like if there's educational things. I mean, I always see the different award shows every year, but I don't know what else you guys really have going on other than the main award show, and then where you guys, you know, come around once in a while to do like what you're doing with Mark.
Right.
But, and even with that, I saw it afterwards. Like I wanted to figure out, cause like, for instance, he's one of our members. So like, we always want to like, when the members have things going on, like we always want to help promote them. And FAU Research Park is also a member. So that's why when I saw it, I'm like, oh, it's 2 members. So it was perfect. And I wanted to help you guys promote.
Yeah.
But I always feel like I find out about stuff afterwards. I wanted to figure out like what's a better way to communicate so that we can help you guys promoting events, especially if they're local, or if there's things that you guys are doing educationally, or even having some of your members, whether they're local or not, come in and speak to some of our different groups. Because we have different peer groups and committees, and one of them is a startup founders peer group. And so it's a lot of them that are either early stage or they're in their growth stage. And so they're looking for people that are in that kind of stage 2, in that growth stage, to get advice from them. So we always want to invite those type of speakers to come in and say, hey, this is how I did it, type of thing. You know, or talking about some of their mistakes or best practices. But I always felt like we could build a strong relationship, and I just didn't know how, like with you guys.
Yeah. So let me start from the beginning, I guess, with who kind of, or I guess like our team. So you probably haven't met Jennifer yet. Ruth Buchanan is our VP of Business Development, and she started around this time last year.
Okay, yeah, I don't know her.
So Ruth handles, so we're a program under Florida Makes. So a big arm of ours is the manufacturing sector, although we obviously work with, you know, all industries. So Ruth is on the side of doing our System for Integrated Growth program, which is where, oh gosh, it could be anything, you know, the CEO needs help exporting or developing new markets or identifying clients. All that kind of stuff is SIG. Like it can cover literally anything that they need, they can pull data on. So Ruth is kind of in that sector. And then I'm in like the chapter events and the webinars and that kind of thing. So our chapter events, which is what Mark is doing or speaking at next week, we launched our chapters. Oh gosh, it was, I think, right in smack dab middle of COVID, which probably wasn't the best idea, but we did it anyway. And
I remember that a little bit because I remember, and I don't know if he's still involved with you guys or not, but I remember Scott Townsend. I know he's not with them anymore, but at the time he was with Peak Activity, and I remember he was doing something for you guys. Like, I don't know if it was.
Yeah, he was our chair of the Southeast. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I remember him telling me about some stuff.
Yes. So when we launched them during COVID, so we were doing, you know, like the virtual things, the happy hours, and that just got, you know, hard to convince people to show up to after a while. Everybody was kind of over it. So we finally went in person, probably this time last year or so. and everything was just kind of sporadic. We didn't really have a good cadence. We didn't really have a good plan. Like, what were these events going to look like, and why were we bringing people together? So it kind of took a little bit of learning and trial and error. And so now we've landed on a pretty good cadence. We think we kicked off in September following this. So all of the chapters meet quarterly. And then we bring in there about 2 hours. We bring in, it's typically a second stage CEO or a panel of them to share their growth story, challenges, advice, all of that good stuff.
Okay.
So the next one I think is coming up in June for Southeast, and then the next one will be in September. June, I think it is. So June 13th would be the next one.
Okay.
FAU is our sponsor for this year for the Southeast chapter. So we kind of lean on them to help figure out speakers and, help promote and all that good stuff. But
With FAU, is it, because I know with this one I saw with Mark's, the research park, is it specifically FAU Research Park or is it the school?
Specifically the research park.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So the research park. So they meet quarterly. We're going to give it probably another year, and we're already hearing from our other chapters that they'd want to supplement in between with either like smaller gatherings or lunches or something. It's just hard to, you want to do all this stuff, but being realistic with staff and bandwidth and, travel and all of that. So sticking with quarterly right now. And then we have for the members, like a private LinkedIn group. And then I'm building out like a resource hub on our website. That'll be like a login kind of thing with all of our corporate partners and stuff. So chapters are growing. I mean, they're getting some good momentum, especially bringing in speakers like Mark and having Research Park at FAU support and all that has been fantastic. So I don't know if that answered your question or not. I kind of just had a lot of word vomit.
No, that's okay. Yeah, because just as you were talking, I was thinking, and I'm thinking this would probably be good for us, but then also great for you guys, because I know that it's probably, I'm assuming, hard for you guys since you aren't physically here.
Mm-hmm.
We do. So some of the things you were saying that kind of I feel like align is we do these monthly happy hours across the region.
Okay.
And then we also do, so with our different committees or peer groups, like for instance, we've got about 20 of them in total, but like, for instance, like our women's council, they'll say, okay, this month we want to get together and talk about ABC, right? And sometimes it's virtual, sometimes it's in person, but we're used to doing a lot of like, these just kind of like meet and greets or like educational, like, open roundtable discussion type things. But I mean, if there's something as far as either the target audience or the topic that aligns, I mean, that's something that we can always do in collaboration with each other, because it's easier for us to do it here since, we're local.
Right.
A lot of the venues, they're either places that we've, done business with or hosted events there multiple times, or they're probably even one of our members, because a lot of the co-working spaces and higher education institutions like FAU that have these spaces within, a lot of them are members of the organization. So that's where I'm just thinking maybe that's a way, I don't know, that we could work together in some capacity. I'm just trying to get I'm trying to figure out like, what are the organizations that I think are within our state that align really well in certain areas with what we do, and like minimizing a lot of the crossover, because a lot of our members are like, look, there's so much stuff going on, and they're like almost asking for, can you guys collaborate in certain ways so that we can go to one and we get the best of both worlds, versus like having to choose, do I go here or do I go here?
Right. And we're not duplicating efforts either if we're all have the same end goal.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm one that's like huge about collaboration. I realize too that like, a lot of the organizations we work with, including yours, that, you guys are membership driven, have exclusivity to certain events for you all, that it's only for members. And we have the same thing because we're a membership driven organization. So there are some events that we do members only, or if it's like geared towards a certain audience, like for instance, we have a CXO peer group that's C-suite only. So if somebody's like a junior software engineer, they're not coming to something like that.
Right.
But I'm just thinking for the things that are either specifically for stage 2 companies or ones that may be like open to the public, I'm wondering if there's any opportunities to collaborate.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll be transparent with you in that our goal is to get to the point where we can be really exclusive like that. Right now, it's just kind of like building up momentum and, you know, getting that exposure. I would love to see in like a year or two that the chapters are, you know, you come to an event and it's 20, 25 CEOs and people are waiting at the door, like wanting to get in if they're not, or if you know, there's a waiting list or something. So I think we're getting there. We're not totally exclusive yet, you know, that I would like to see, but that is definitely the end goal with, you know, like you said, that C-suite where it's like, okay, if, you know, they're the manager or whoever, like, sorry, it's just not, you know, open for you. So, because we want people to be with their peers at the end of the day. So,
Right. What
I,
are some of the what are some of the things that you guys do right now, like for current members that you're offering? I guess that's member exclusive.
so member exclusive would be the LinkedIn group and then the resource hub that we're building out on the website. So it started with just the idea of doing events, but I quickly found out that there needs to be something else. You know, like, okay, if a member, our dues are 300 each year. So, okay, yes, you know, I can come to the event for $25 instead of 35, but what else am I getting?
Right.
You know, and that started to form after like the first few events, which is fair. I mean, that's a total fair question. So now it's kind of figuring out what we can do realistically with the staff that we have all in different places in the state, but still give, you know, that value. So I think
Yeah.
we're trying to figure it out. I'm hoping, and I think eventually, like I said, that there'll be supplemental things during those quarterly events. It's just figuring out how to do it in an effective way, I think, without just being like, okay, let's try this or let's throw this and, you know, hope it sticks.
Because I know something that we've done with a few other organizations is we'll do an event that is like a collaborative event between both organizations, or we've either done an event that's like a tech hub event, but like say Grow Florida members get an exclusive discount or whatever. Like
Right.
I'm just wondering if something like that would be valuable for members of yours. I mean, I don't know how many people you guys have in South Florida. I guess is part of my not understanding, because I know you guys do stuff all over Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Which there's another thing I want to talk to you about too when it comes to statewide stuff, but I'm just thinking, I don't know how many members you guys have that are in South Florida, or if that's like an area that you think is a growth area.
So I would say naturally most of our CEOs in our network would be in Orlando just because we started there. It's just kind of that central hub. I would say Southeast is pretty close behind in the activity there. It's just hard because it's like, so our biggest pool is the honorees and they're excited, they win the award, you know, they want to stay involved, all of that. It's just then actually converting them to paying members at the end of the day and not them getting lost in transition, or like, you know, they think they're a member but they're not. Like there's just a lot of lingo, I think, and a lot of things that are unclear that are maybe hindering, you know, people actually becoming official members, or I guess understanding what that means, you know, because sometimes they think, oh, I'm an honoree, does that mean I'm a member? So I think we need to do a better job of clarifying that. But I mean,
And you
Southeast,
said the member cost is how much?
300 a year.
And stage, and tell me again, because stage 2 is, what's the maximum amount for dollars?
So it's 6 to 150 employees, and then 750,000 to 100 million in revenue.
Okay. Because I'm almost wondering if and I literally just thought of this on the top of my head, so if there's holes in this idea, please feel free to let me know. But I was just, as you were talking, I'm wondering if because your membership is a lot different than our membership. So like our membership is like, it's we have like 4 different membership levels, and there's a bunch of different benefits, including like different sponsorship, and like we help them with PR and like all these different things. So they're spending a lot more money. I'm almost wondering if like for some of our higher tier members, If that's something that, I don't know, maybe we could do, like when they join our organization, there's some, like, because you said it's what? It's how much to join you guys? 300 and what?
Just 300. So if they're yours, then it's like, I don't know, 100 or something,
Well, that's what I was thinking. Well, and I was thinking if there was some kind of way that it, like if we paid it, like if they, like if we say, hey, get involved with Tech Hub as a new member, and you're within, the right stage,
Right.
that maybe if there's something we work out with, like for the first year, because a lot of times that we have something similar internally with us, is that it's not for this stage company, it's for our startups, but a lot of the early stage, steps, even just asking them, like for a startup, for us to join is $1,000 a year. But even for a startup, that's a lot of money to start with.
Yeah.
And so the ones that are like, like pre-seed, or maybe they're pre-revenue, they really don't have the funds, and $1,000 really will hurt them. We have like this scholarship program where they basically have to they have to be approved, but they fill out this simple application and ask them a bunch of questions about their business. And then we have a committee that reviews those. And then we have so many a year that we cap it at a certain number, but basically that committee will approve if they can either get their membership covered for free for the first year, or that we do 50% off. But I'm wondering if there's something that we can do for our members that pay full price, and that we can afford to pay like their first year to get them engaged with you guys. And then from there, hopefully they're happy, and then, they'll, continue at the regular price with you, like upon renewal.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, because even for us to pay for that, that would be a benefit that we could offer, like, to them, so it looks even better for them to join our organization, to say, hey, when you join, if you're at this stage, we'll also pay for your membership for your first year here.
Yeah. No, I mean, I am all ears. That would be amazing. I think it's getting the word out. And, I've never done like a membership drive. Like it's, we have these events and they're great. And then, we see the same people at the next events. And the idea was, I think, going into it that, you could attend an event, your first event as a non-member, and then the following events you would have to become a member. But I mean, it's just so hard to manage in like Eventbrite, and you just sometimes you just want to fill the room, and if somebody wants to come again, I'm not going to tell them no. So just putting some more structure, I think, around that and getting the word out would be really helpful for us, I think.
Yeah, we just did, over the last probably year and a half, we just did a membership campaign with an organization called SIM. I don't know if you're familiar with them. They're a national organization that has like local chapters around the country. So we partnered with SIM South Florida. And basically what we did is, it was more for them than it was for us, because they were trying to grow their local organization. And they've always been great partners, like promoting our stuff, but they're like a much smaller chapter. And so what we did is where the person would have to like apply through Tech Hub. We called it a leadership, like a joint leadership membership, because they're an organization that only does like leadership. It's basically like directors, VPs, CIO level. And we gave them a discount on the membership here, and we gave them a discount on the membership there if they joined like dually. So somebody could basically join their first year at a discounted rate at both organizations. And it worked really, really well, especially for them, because a lot of our current members found out we were doing it and then wanted to join them, which was fine. But and we did get a few new members through it as well, but it worked really well for them. So I don't know, I'm just thinking maybe something like that, because I'm pretty sure our average member like doesn't really know who you guys are. I know that a lot of them, when we've submitted them for the awards, that was always kind of the first time they're like, oh, I didn't even know about this. This is cool. And of course, everybody loves the awards because they love being recognized. But yeah, I don't know. I was just wondering if that might be something. I don't know. It just popped in my head when you were talking. But I don't know. I always thought you guys were a great organization, and I love what you all do. I just haven't figured out like a way to like work closer with you, and bring those benefits like to our members.
Right. And we just started the chapters for, I guess, to be like that regional boots on the ground, because otherwise all of our programs are either virtual or they cover the whole state or something. So we started the chapters with the idea of, building those communities regionally. And I think I don't want to say we're just not realizing, but it's going to be a lot easier if I think we partner with people who already have, strong representation like you guys there, or, whoever in Orlando or Jacksonville, like with ACG and everything. We found that that's been kind of a way to go, just to lean on each other with that if we're all, doing the same thing anyway.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know. I'd love to maybe look into that and see if that's something that you guys would be interested in. Both the idea with memberships, but then also like how we could help with the local chapter and like different events or things like that.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, and so the other thing I wanted to ask you about was, sorry, well, technically two more things was, so is there a way that, like, do you guys have listed on your website or anything, like all your different members? Is that information like public?
So we have it private right now, like in that resource hub, but it's been on my to-do list to add the directory to the front-facing website.
Okay. Yeah, because I've always wondered, like, because I'll see once in a while, like our different members will attend, one of your award shows, or like an article's written up on them or something. And like, I just don't know until, again, after the fact, because I don't know who are your members. And so like, for instance, I don't know if it went out yesterday or this morning, I forgot when I saw it, but your newsletter, there was an article about a local company, and we had just written an article about them as well, Grubber. So I would love to see if there's a way to get like our articles that we're already writing, like on your members, like featured there for you guys as well. Like for instance, I think if I'm not mistaken, I think it was the South Florida Business Journal article that you guys had featured. But like, for instance, one of the things that we get a lot of complaints about, because in our newsletter, we also feature South Florida Business Journal, South Florida Business Wealth, all the different, media outlets here. But in the last probably 6 to 8 months, we've actually been starting to transition into, like, we still do events and membership and all of that, but we've actually been doing more and more media, because we've gotten complaints about, like, South Florida Business Journal has a paywall. So a lot of the members complain that they can't read it, or when they try to forward it to staff or clients or whatever. Also is, they felt like a lot of the stories that were being told weren't like about the local community and like, happenings that were going on and how they're giving back and blah, blah, blah. It was always just about like, mergers and acquisitions, funding, like that was kind of it. And so we started writing a lot more of our articles, and now we're just trying to figure out how we can, like, basically with an organization like yours, like, how can I partner with you guys to make sure that when we're writing articles, that it's getting featured in your newsletters, so that people are seeing the stuff that we're writing as well. And again, I just don't know what's the best way to like go, oh, this is a local business that's in that stage 2 category, or this is one of their members already. Like, how do I get that to you? Who do I send it to? Like, I just don't know the best way of like communicating that stuff.
So where Grubber was in that section, that'll be all just past honorees. So that's me just trying to Google 600 past honorees to see if anybody's in the news. So what I can do is I can send you the list of everybody from South Florida, and that's a stagnant list. It's not going to change until next February. So that'll be a good reference list, because
that would be awesome. So at least in the meantime, I know with you guys, or like been of honorees or whatever.
Yes, I can do that, and it'll be helpful too, because we just had this conversation for Jacksonville where it's kind of hard for us to keep tabs on everybody. So if I send you the list and somebody's been acquired or something, just let us know so we can keep our list updated too.
Okay. Yeah, that would be great. Cool. What was the other thing I was going to ask you? I had 3 things and now I can't remember the third. So the other one was, we have 2 major events at the end of every year. One is newer than the other. So in November, are you familiar with Global Entrepreneurship Week?
Sounds familiar.
So basically, Global Entrepreneurship Week, it's run by an organization, the Global Entrepreneurship Network, and it's an international event. It's like literally an entire week, and like almost every single country celebrates it. But what they do is they have these different, almost like chairs of like the different states, and then in different like cities and counties that run events or workshops or whatever it is in their region during that week. So Tech Hub, we were the last couple of years, we've been the statewide organizer for Florida. And obviously during the pandemic, it was a little bit more difficult than in past years. But last year we got back to doing stuff in person, and we actually launched a brand new event, just kind of like as a trial to see if it would go well and if we should keep something like this. But because one of the major startup and funding and growth conferences that have always been around locally went out of business. And so we were kind of waiting to see over the last couple of years if anybody was going to step into that space, and nobody has. So last year we launched an event during Global Entrepreneurship Week called Ignite Florida, the Startup Summit. And it's just a lot of like, probably from like early stage through that stage 2, like that growth stage. I definitely not bigger than that, but it's a lot about just, you know, best practices for growth management, like growing your teams, like talent recruitment and retention. We have a pitch competition that's like for different stages. We have a student one, early stage, mid-level. We have like exhibit tables where people are exhibiting their product or services. Like it's just a really fun day for like all the small to medium-sized businesses to get to know each other and hopefully do business with each other, get some visibility. A lot of like investors attend that. You know, VC and angel groups, that type of thing. But that was something that I was hoping that I could get you guys involved in. One, being within that, that kind of target audience, but then also 2, because it's a statewide event, even though it's held in South Florida, we're trying to get more statewide partners to come and be involved in that, because we did decide after last year that we want to make this an annual event during every Global Entrepreneurship Week, which always falls in November. And then the second event is December. It's called Tech Palooza. It's basically just like a tech conference. So I know that you guys aren't specific to tech like we are, but we're looking for more companies across the state and even across the country that want to come and exhibit their technology. So I'm almost just like curious, like what companies you guys may have that are either tech or tech enabled that would want to come in as speakers or exhibitors or whatever, because that one is a little bit older. This past year was the 10th year anniversary, but we completely switched it up with the 10-year anniversary. It's always kind of been like, I don't want to make it sound crappy, but basically the organization. So we acquired this organization last year, and this was their event, and we acquired the event. And it's funny enough, I actually used to sit on their board before I came to Tech Hub. And I was always one of the vocal board members that was like, I really don't love this event, because it was just like a big conference center, a bunch of tables, people trying to sell you crap and like passing out papers. And some people would come looking for jobs, and people really didn't know like what it was. We all knew it was tech, but people didn't know, was it a career fair? Was it a B2B thing? Was it like an expo, like, you know, with hands-on tech? Like they didn't really know what they were. And so thankfully we acquired that organization. So I was like, yes. So this past year, I was like, all right, we're going to rebrand this. We called it a new name. You know, we put new branding on it, got rid of the original logo. And I basically said, it is not a tech like career fair. It is not for passing out papers and selling people and blah, blah, blah. It's a hands-on technology expo. So it's like, we had a lot of companies like exhibiting, like we had, like FPL brought their robot dog, and we had drones there. We had a company that, I don't know if you know them, Hado, but they do, it's like augmented reality, like dodgeball games, like 3D printers. There was a bunch of really cool, but it was like hands-on. It was stuff that you can touch and play and feel. And, you know, of course we had different speakers and keynotes and panels and stuff too, because it's meant to be educational, but it was really to like be more of a showcase and something fun to go to versus like just people trying to sell you stuff. Right. So we're just trying to grow it. And our goal over the next 3 to 4 years is to get it from, right now it's at about 1,000 to 1,500 people on average every year. And we want to get it to 10,000 people, which I know is a big goal, but to get it to 10,000 in about 3 years. And so we're just trying to figure out like other companies, especially across the state, because we really want to highlight Florida, but even across the country, just that can come in and exhibit and be featured. So I'm really, really like aiming towards Florida companies to figure out who else I can get involved.
Yeah. So so that one, I guess going back to the Global Entrepreneur Week first, is there a certain date you're looking at for the event in November?
So I can tell you exactly actually. Let me look it up really quick. So Global Entrepreneurship Week, it always falls in November. This year, it's going to be November 13th through 19th. So because we're the statewide organizers, what we basically
Couldn't
do.
find okay in your Apple Music.
Sorry, I hit
Oh, no,
Siri.
that's okay. It's okay. So yeah, so it's November 13th through 19th, but because we're the statewide organizers during that week, we try not to schedule like any of our own events so that we can promote everybody else across the state and support them. So what we do is we host our big event the weekend right before that. So almost as like a launch to the week. So because that one is the 13th through 19th, our event would be Friday the 10th and then Saturday the 11th. So like the 10th, we typically do like, we do it's almost like we do like a pitch competition with like a networking, there's like snacks and beverages and like almost like a happy hour. And then but it's only from like, I think what we do last year from 5 to 9, something like that. But then on Saturday, it's like a full day, like 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
That is perfect because we have in November we always do an annual event with all of our past honorees, and so I just want to make sure we're not duplicating or overlapping at all. So I'll avoid that week.
Oh, okay, cool. That's cool though. Okay. Yeah, because we would love to get you guys involved in that, especially as like a statewide organization. I think it's perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. And then for December, any date yet on that one?
That one, I'm actually supposed to find out on Monday to get it confirmed, but I think it's going to be Thursday, December 14th.
Okay. Because we'll do our last chapter events of the year in December, so I just want to make sure we stay away from that too.
Okay. Yeah, that event for the past 10 years, it's always been in December, and it's always that like second or third week. It just really depends on what we have going on. But
yeah,
we've been going back and forth between either Thursday the 7th or Thursday the 14th, but I'm pretty sure the 14th works better for the venue. So that's probably what we'll land on.
Okay, sounds good. I mean, I definitely think that either, if not both, could, work out for some kind of partnership. I think I hate that I'm going to have to make you say this all again to Jennifer, but I think that like she would be the next person to kind of run this by, and obviously she has the final say on everything. But if I had to guess, I think that, she would just be as excited as I am to kind of partner up with these things.
Okay. Yeah. No, and I don't mind, having a conversation with her. I mean, one, I'm always happy to connect with you, but I feel like because you've been part of the organization, I know you've been doing a lot of the stuff, kind of on the ground, and, I just feel like you probably know really well, like what may and may not work.
Mm-hmm.
So if you feel good about it, then that way I feel even better talking to Jennifer about it.
Yeah, no, I like them both. And I think so we have, I guess in the past honorees, we didn't track all of the data in the first couple of years, but with the list I'll send you one that's just South Florida, and then I'll send you one of all honorees, and I'll try to pull as many industries as I can. So if anybody jumps out at you for certain things, we can kind of start that process of who could maybe be a good fit for either of those two.
Okay. Okay. In the list that you'll send, because that you said that's past honorees, but it's not necessarily members of yours, right?
Correct. Yeah. So I can, I will add in, I'll just do a separate column, like if they're members or if they're
Yeah, I was just going to say, if there's a way you can notate it, just like put a star by it or highlight it or something with like who's your members. That way, hopefully I can help you get some members. If I just know who is not one already or who is one already, however you want to do that.
There'll probably be more that are not than ours. So.
Okay.
But I'll put it in just an extra column too. So that should be good. Cool. Well, this is exciting. There's a lot of good stuff going on.
Yeah, no, I'm going to be sad to lose you. I think you've been doing a wonderful job, and I'm not just saying it because I'm talking to you. I feel like, because I've been watching the organization over the last few years, and I don't even know when you guys started, but I just feel like did you come on board with them in the last couple of years?
So I came on in 2018.
Okay, because I just feel like I've noticed more with the organization there through you. I always see your stuff. Um, but when did the organization start? Like, is it younger organization or has it been around for a while?
So we started in 2009. We were part of the incubator at UCF. So we were there until, oh gosh, we're just in the process of becoming our own 501c3, and we stepped away from UCF, I want to say towards the end of COVID, officially. So kind of, getting our feet under us and figuring out the, what's next and everything. But I mean, we still have like the same stuff we've always done, like company swatch. Obviously, that's going to be around forever, but just trying to figure out, how we can better like penetrate into the CEOs and get in front of them and just make sure that they're having like a full round experience, not just, hey, you got this award and we never talk to you again. Just trying to keep them engaged with, new programs and more lasting engagements, I think. So
Yeah, exactly.
we're figuring it out slowly but surely.
No, that's awesome. I mean, I would love to talk to you guys, about some of these ideas more. If I don't know if you want to bring this to Jennifer, see what she thinks, and then we can schedule another call, or if you just want to schedule something and I can, say it there. I mean, I'm open to whatever. But I'd love to keep you in the loop with kind of next steps. So, I mean, if you can, I mean, I'd love for you to be a part of that call instead of just an introduction between the both of us.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'll have Ruth join too, just so she typically mans our Southeast events. So I would want you to meet her too, just in case you ever meet him or so you know her. So I will brief both of them on our team meeting next week, but while I have you, I can just get some time on a calendar right now, and then so they'll have some background going into it, but I'm sure some follow-up questions, maybe some clarifications too.
Okay, yeah. Let me look. When do you want to try to schedule the follow-up call?
I can do it. So our team meeting's on Tuesday, so I could do our Thursday the 6th. It's wide open.
So let's see, Thursday the 6th, I have either, let's see, what is this meeting? I have either 9 a.m., I have an hour there, or I have an hour at 11.
Let's do, I'll send one for 9 o'clock.
Okay.
Cool. All right, so I'll have Jennifer, Ruth, and I, and we'll go from there.
Perfect.
Long computer. My thing. All right, there we go. And you had an hour, you said, right?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Cool. So that is coming your way. And I'll just throw those dates too for the events that in November and December on everybody's calendars for us too, just in case.
Okay.
So Ruth and Jennifer have them in case, it's not me come that time or whatever.
Okay.
It'll be on their calendars. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. And I'll let you know for sure, like once, I get those dates confirmed, but I know I'm like 99% sure on both of them that will be the date. We're actually working on with the venues just to confirm, but I'm pretty sure it'll be out those dates for both events.
Okay, cool. Sounds like a plan.
Cool. Well, it was good talking to you again.
Yeah, you too. I feel like it's been a while, a long time.
It has. Yeah, it was, I think last time we talked was right around last year's event for you guys.
I think so. Yeah. So it's already gearing up for next year's already. So it's just.
I saw that. Yeah, I'll have to help do some submissions.
Yeah, that would be great. I will send, I'll send you the Excel doc. It's just a little bit easier than doing it online, all of them individually.
Oh, yes. Because you sent me that a couple of years ago and that was so much easier.
Yes, I will send that with the Excel doc.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Anything else you can think of missing?
No, I don't think so.
All right, well, I'm excited. I think this is going to be really good. So
I agree.
I'll fill them in and then we'll catch up next Thursday.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Hannah. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'll talk to you later. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.